In the dark, shadowed corners of time, many stories have taken root and blossomed. Tales of heroes whose deeds echoed through the ages, and of villains whose names became synonymous with infamy. Of battles waged between the forces of light and shadow. On a quest that defies reason, a lone ship ventures into that abyss, guided by its bold and courageous captain, his ferocious feline companion, and a crew of outcasts and misfits. Across entire worlds, dimensions, through the darkest depths of space, and beyond the limits of known time, in pursuit of the ultimate power of the Quad. These are the adventures of the Starship Dragon. Everybody put your hands in the air and say, holy shit. Welcome aboard the Starship Dragon. I am Commander Krim. Glad to have you here on this Tuesday evening. Hello, everybody. How are you? I am luckily feeling better. I think I'm 99% over my issues. From the weekend, from last week regarding the food poisoning. The only thing left that's still lingering, which I don't know if it has anything connected to it at all, or if it's just happenstance that it's still bothering me. But I have occasional pain in the base of my neck, like right below where like your skull meets your spine. There's like some soft tissue right there. You get the back of your skull, right? You hit that, you're hitting the bone. But like right below that, there's no like actual bone there for a little bit. You just got that soft tissue there. Right in there, I've still got some occasional pain that usually comes like near like the latter half of the day. And as the afternoon like kind of goes into evening and night, the pain kind of just like sort of grows into my head, like just I start getting a headache. And that's the headache thing. That's a normal thing when you have a neck strain, because your neck strain will usually cause you to have a headache most times. And so I know that the headache is caused from that neck strain. It's just, and again, I don't think it really has anything to do with the food poisoning at all. Why would it? It's just like it's just been lingering for a while, and it's been lingering. It's been happening every day since like Friday, and it's getting less and less. Like the time that it starts is less and less. Like right now, it's mostly okay. Whereas this time yesterday, I was hurting pretty bad. So the duration of the pain is shortening. So maybe I pulled a muscle in my sleep or whatever. I don't know. Either way, that's the only thing left that's kept me from being 100%. I'm sure that's from, but food poisoning would cause that. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really think that's the reason. I mean, I know that there's like extreme circumstances where somebody gets sick and some of their, I don't mean from food poisoning specifically, but somebody can get sick and part of what made them sick or how they got sick would end up causing things to be in other parts of their body, like the germs, the bacteria, or whatever would go to other parts of their body for reasons. And I'm not saying that's what it is at all. I'm very sure that it isn't. I mean, I'm no doctor, but I'm very sure that isn't what it is. But I have heard that kind of thing happening, and just kind of, my 1%, the 1% of my mind that's paranoid thinks, it could be related, even though the 99% of it that's a little smarter, a little, but I mean very little, knows better, but just that 1% chance that it might be, I'm sure that isn't what it is. It's just, that's what oh my God. It hasn't changed my ability to talk. I've always fucked up all the time. And I promise I'm not drunk either. One day you'll see me drunk and you'll know the difference. Hello, Beardy. Good to see you as well. Thank you all for stopping in. I'm going to wait for you soon. Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you for the well wishes. It's a cliche aside. It's a pain in the neck, literally. Right now, I'm mostly okay. I'm only noticing it right now because I'm thinking about it. Once I start getting into the game and paying attention to the game, as long as I don't have to do a lot of eye strain, I probably won't have any issue. I know I was really struggling with this on Saturday night when we were finishing up Unreal, and on Sunday when we were doing this game right here, because the visuals are, the graphics of this game are older and a little bit rougher on the eyes, and Unreal on Saturday, that game is dark. That game is, and I don't mean like dark themed. I mean like it's literally dark. The lighting in that game is piss poor. It's meant to be atmospheric, but it's a pain because you have very little light that you could project yourself. You have torches and you have a flashlight that you can occasionally turn on. That when it runs out, it's gone. You have to go find another flashlight. So that was hard enough to try to keep focus going in that game because there was just so many dark areas and I was struggling to see any kind of pixels, anything that I could see to get out of there. So I didn't really give a full review of Unreal, but that would be one of my big complaints about Unreal is that it's too dark. Even in the id version of Unreal 1, which that equivalent would be Quake 1, kind of obvious, right? Quake 1 wasn't that dark. It was again also meant to be a dark theme, but a dark environment, but lighting was not that bad. I really don't remember struggling seeing in Quake 1 that much. But in Unreal, it was unreal. It was unnecessary. So I'm hoping that when I get around to Unreal 2 that it isn't as bad, but we'll have to see when we get there. But that's for another day. For today, we are continuing our journey in Galactic Battlegrounds. We're going to be continuing the Trade Federation story. We're on down to like the last two missions of the Trade Federation campaign, and then I believe we're going to the Gungan campaign. So we're still going to kind of be in episode 1. Once we finish the Gungan story, we're going to back out because in the Saga version, I should say the original version of Galactic Battlegrounds was episodes 1, 4, 5, and 6. So episode 2 and episode 3 didn't exist because when the game released, those movies didn't exist either. And Saga includes the expansion, which is episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Not episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, because that movie didn't exist at the time either. So we won't be able to see anything about episode 3 in this game, but we will get episode 2. And so to get back to the original point, once we finish the Gungan story, we're going to, instead of moving on to the next campaign, which would be episode 4, A New Hope, we're going, which I think is going to be starting with the Empire. We're going to go back to episode 2, and we're going to see what that campaign is all about, just so we can, just to catch up on what's going on. With that said, let me go ahead and get the game pulled up here. It was, yeah, it was a Steam game. I'm trying to remember if I had it on Steam or whatever else I had it on. I was kind of in a I was kind of in a conundrum because I wasn't sure if I wanted to play Galactic Battlegrounds, or if I wanted to work on my RPG Maker project. Um, and the reason I chose this instead was because I really wanted to get through it. Not like, not like rush through it or be done with it. I'm done with this kind of thing. That's not what I mean. I just mean like I want to finish it before I just want to finish it. So I'd rather play this today. So, all right, I believe we can go to here, and you guys should be able to see it here. All right, there we go. And don't worry, again, like I said, on the outside of the game, the actual like game maps, we're gonna have this resolution. Don't worry, when we get into a regular game, it will fill more of the screen. So don't worry that it may be hard to see. Single player saved game. Actually, we should just be able to go to episode 1 and finish this one. You're on episode 6, The Siege of Otogunga.
Gungans, denizens of the seas of Naboo, are a new threat on this world. What we once thought was a peaceful world has turned into a combat zone, with enemies turning up at every corner. With our battle droid army, we will smash the Gungans and other creatures that challenge us. Naboo will ultimately belong entirely to the Trade Federation.
Good luck with that, guys. The Gungans are not so primitive after all. Their submerged city of Otogunga conceals a technological facility rivaling any we have previously vanquished. We have really located near Otogunga among the outlying villages that support the underwater city. You will be competing directly with the Gungans for resources, so you must act quickly to explore the map and locate caches of Nova and ore. Onward to victory! The water-dwelling Gungans have a strong naval force consisting primarily of submarines. Make sure stealth detecting frigates are an integral part of your naval attack force. Resources are hard to come by on the shores of Otogunga. Stretch far and wide to get what you need. Remember, the Gungans will be racing to get these resources as well. Otogunga is well defended against air units. Your air force is better used for scouting and punishing the outlying village Gungans. Otogunga is a sprawling underwater structure to the east of our position. It is protected by an atoll of turrets, deadly to air and naval units alike. You will need detector ships to ascertain the configuration of the city. Otogunga has no shipyards, but they appear to control a significant navy. They are most likely receiving their ships from other villages in close proximity. We've detected mining activity to the southeast. Be sure to investigate before there is nothing left to mine.
Our main objective is to find the city called Otogunga and destroy it completely. But first, we must cut the supply lines used to fuel the Gungan army. Scouts report a Gungan presence on the islands to the south.
Where's my builder units? Do I have any? I have a lot of them. Okay. Okay, first thing I want to do, get a couple of shipyards, I guess, ready to go. Somewhere here we're going to be allowed to build it. Or not. Okay. What the hell? That's a Rancor? Like something out of World of Warcraft. Alright, what detected that? That thing did? Okay, that's a sentry post. I don't like these things hovering near my base, so I want to kill these things off. These things make me uncomfortable.
Lining up.
Okay, look. Gungan City. Let's destroy Gungan City. Roger, roger.
Dragging.
Oh wait, bud, you're bugging me. Weird that carbon is the only resource we've got up here. It did say we needed to get some more resources, so...
Missile droid ready.
Wow, it takes a lot to kill these buildings. How many units shooting at it and it's doing that little damage? Let's just hold ourselves defensively then. God damn it. Okay. You guys. Build me a thingy. No, not food processing. Carbon. What's carbon processing?
Drop your weapon. Blaster is armed.
What else do we want? We can upgrade to level 4. Okay, so we need more of those things. Alright, oh, we can make defenses already. Uh, 100 carbon. Okay, we got enough for another power source. Reward is under attack.
Easy kill.
Base is under attack. What the? Those were anti-air units. They got gunned down? Like flyers? What? Okay, well this is, really inconvenient. Alright, let's just mulligan this one. Hello, Pikachu. How you doing?
Our main objective is to find the city called Gunga and destroy it completely. But first, we must cut the supply lines used to fuel the Gungan army. Scouts report a Gungan presence on the islands to the south.
Need more ore. Okay. I'm alright. I'm alright. I really can't complain too much. I mean, I could, but mostly be untrue.
Targeting aircraft. Distraction. Targeting aircraft. Easy kill.
Mondays suck more than Tuesdays for me. At least by Tuesday, I've got at least one day of getting used to waking up at 5 o'clock again. Monday's the hardest because my body's used to waking up at like 7.
Mobile.
Or 8.
Targeting aircraft. Easy kill.
These guys are taking forever to kill this building. Alright, Food Production Center. Why so early? 5 a.m. Because I go to work at 7. I work from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's just how the job goes. I'm not complaining about the job. I like my job. Just you have to wake up at 7 o'clock for it. Alright. You guys can build me a couple of farms. Is OG Battlefront 2 worth getting? Does it run well still? I installed it not that long ago. Yeah, it worked fine for me. I think I had to do a few setting adjustments. I want to say I looked at a mod that increased it to 1080p. I can't remember if I actually did get the mod or not. So if you want to run it, at HD levels, you might have to do a little bit of modding. But yeah, it worked fine for me. I did an entire playthrough of the Galaxy at Galaxy at War mode, which I absolutely enjoy. Okay, we need to build more forces. If you want to do that, let me know, or get me on a call to set it up sometime. I'd rather play in upscaled mode. I just went to, I don't remember if I actually used a mod or not, but I just went to moddb.com and that's where I found it. If I did use one, that's where I got it. Hello, Archer. Yeah, same here, Beardly. Same here. I love the Galaxy at War mode. Alright, we have a request for Name That Game, so let me get it pulled up here. Alright, we were on 269 was the last one we did, so we're on to 270. Recognize this robot, but I can't imagine where. It's a very generic looking robot, so it could be anything. PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series S and X, and Switch. So basically everything short of a Tandy and a ColecoVision and Commodore 64. Got it. Okay. Still don't know what this is. I mean, it has a Minecraft look to it, obviously, but it's not Minecraft. No, it's not Minecraft. Well, also, hi, Kyprus. Minecraft wasn't, like, top-down view before. Block Theater? No, this is not it. Roblox? I don't think this is Roblox either. I thought that was, like, third person, but I'll try it, I guess. I know, train-based game. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the name either. No, this is not Block Theater. I actually wanted to play Block Theater a long time ago, never got a chance to, but it's more of like that's more like a side-scrolling, I want to say the game, I think there's a game called Castle Crashers that's very similar to that as well. It's called Unrailed. Okay. I don't think I actually would have ever gotten that name. Alright, next. Okay, are we looking at a NBA Jam or NBA 98 or something? Wait, which one? Yeah, I knew it was like NBA Jam, or it was going to be like one of the NBA simulators from like the 90s something. Okay, post-apocalyptic, huge ass crevice. Don't recognize it. Wow. Wow, really? Really? I mean, I guess, kinda. Hello, Jose. I guess, kinda. I mean, it is, obviously, because they wouldn't put a mixed screenshot in here. But, yeah, okay. It's remake. It's 7 remake. Because that's Wedge's Cats. You finally got Destiny downloaded? Yeah, this is Wedge's Cats. This is Eligor. This is the Behemoth Type 0, which is like one of the last side quests you can do before moving on to the final game. Holster has a very different relationship with cats. Yes, I'm aware. I am aware. This is a little misleading. This is a little misleading. This is the intermission DLC. A little misleading there. A little bit. Yeah, that should definitely give it away there. That was the third game, right? Yeah, because we had 69, 70, 71, 72. Yeah, okay. All right. Alright. There's very little reason to attack in that base, considering I can't do anything with them. I need more powerful shit. He's not moving. You're not moving. Can I afford a turret? 125 ore. I cannot. I need more. I need more ore. I need purple stuff. Which probably means I can't build anything here. Oh, I can build these. 50 carbon. I got that. 50, 90 Nova crystals. I can afford one. Almost better than nothing. Run, robot, run! Run, robot, run! Okay, so it wasn't really a smart idea. This should probably help. Hopefully they got some other resources down there, because all I have is trees up here. Yeah, that's definitely dealing more damage. Okay. We just use these guys as a way to defend the artillery cannons. And almost there. So we can clear out any ground forces. Kill the cat. The alien cat. It's evil cat. I'm alright, Jose. Is that their fortress? Command center? Let's move off here. I'm going to destroy that prefab ship. Prefab. It's a it's so fab. It's such a fab. Come on, come on, come on. At least I know I can build a shipyard here, considering they have one here. There's very little I can do until I get access to more resources. Let's send you guys up here. Wonder if there's anything north of my base, other than the Rancor. I had a feeling it was about to engage me. Oh, absolutely Dick Diddley up here. still firing it. Okay.
Lining up. Targeting aircraft.
At least I've got an anti-air structure back in my base, so I don't have to worry about any aircraft attacks. It just takes so long to die. Gungans with a mech factor. That's just funny to read. Wow, you guys are missing so much. I can afford that easily. I build something else. I need a research facility of some kind. Heavy weapons factory, that's what we already have there. War center. Okay, I can do a research facility. You want to get started at 3 a.m.? Why you gotta get up at 3 a.m.? Already a job, it's an hour drive, I'll be there at 5 a.m. What are you doing? I would definitely say you need to move closer, though. Somehow move closer. Damn, I don't have enough Nova Crystals for that. Worker build speeds increased. Okay, I can afford that one. Wait, no, 100 ore. I can't afford that one. Turrets have no minimum range. What else can I build? Oh, command center. Yeah, I don't need that. Spaceport would help me none. Or I can afford that. You have food lions out there? Food lions been long gone out of Texas for, God, decades. I mean, I was a kid when Food Lion was shut down here. I think even when I think I kind of barely remember the Food Lion even coming to Texas. They didn't stay very long down here. Pretty much, what I remember about Food Lions, pretty much every Food Lion that I know of turned into a church. I mean, granted, that I say I know of, I think I only knew like 3 like, actual buildings. I knew there were other Food Lions besides the 3 that I knew, but those 3 were ones that I had seen, and all 3 of them turned into churches. Like the bigger, churches with the like stadium seating and stuff. anything else we can use to upgrade or whatnot? Probably. Do that. I get a carbon processing center. Okay, let's put it here. Here. I want to put it right here. I guess this is alright. I still need things that can hit buildings and stuff. Joy Boy Highwind, thank you for the follow. I mean, it's possible I know who you are, but I want to assume that I don't. But thank you for the follow. This food line is where the rich people go? Well, I mean, if you be nice to them, they'll be nice to you. I can say that with a straight face. Start if you graduate? Yeah, well, timing doesn't really matter. But nonetheless, thank you for the follow, Joy Boy. Appreciate it. Any other people down here we can slay? Carbon processing centers, power stations. There's no other resources down here. Lots of food, but that's food you ate anywhere. Let's back off here. These turrets are spotted. Alright, still gonna take a minute to break. What else can we build? I need more ore for Fortress. I had a feeling that was you, Mikey. I had a feeling because of the fact that it ended with Highwind, but nonetheless, I didn't want to presume just in case. But thank you, appreciate that nonetheless. Good to see you, Mikey. Hope you're doing good. And you go to bed at 3 because you go to bed at 3 a.m. I thought you had to get up at 3 a.m. Start streaming again Friday. Been gone for too long. Are you gonna be streaming on this account on Joyboy Highwind? Because if so, then I'm gonna drop a follow for you so I can be there when I can. I need 24 ore for a mech factory, which I already have a mech factory, don't I? You know what this is? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me do this. And do this. Account created 6 minutes ago. Following since 3 minutes ago. That's totally a bot account. Totally a bot account. Created 6 minutes ago, follows 3 minutes ago. Good God, freaking bots. Alright. You gotta do the whole, yeah, that's right, you gotta do the whole, try to get the affiliate thing over again because of the fact your old account was shut down, which is still bullshit. No more command center for you. Oh, look up here, wreck your shit. Can we outrange the turret with our artillery cannon? Hell yeah, we can. Sucks that we have no ground units besides the artillery that can do damage to buildings. And I know every faction is going to be this way, so taking out buildings is going to be a huge pain. Unless I build strictly bombers and or artilleries, which how much does a airbase cost? 24 ore. I have wait. No, I don't have that. I'll have an airbase. You know, I'm a little reluctant. I say reluctant. I'm a little concerned about playing at Age of Empires eventually, because I know it's going to be the same issue. Only specific structures are going to be able to deal damage to, like, or specific units are going to be able to deal damage to buildings. Otherwise, you're going to be taking forever to kill stuff. Which, I mean, I understand the concept. It's a good idea. It's a way to mix up your army instead of just, you know, constantly sending Zerglings all the time. You know, you got to occasionally bring in an Ultralisk or some Hydralisks or, you know, whatever. You can't just spam Zerglings all the time. But still, some of these buildings are just really hard to kill. Even with a artillery cannon, that's a lot of damage that it has to take. The time to kill for certain units is just ridiculous. Okay, so we have aircraft now. But can we afford the aircraft? 84 Nova Crystals. Nope, we can't. Air transport. 37 food, 131 carbon. When you do work schedule, you can stream for long periods of time again. Well, that's great. That's great. How is that? Start at 3 and end around noon. Oh man. Ugh. I mean, if you can handle it, that's great. You're awesome. Oh my god. Oof. I remember when I had to work 3 a.m. to noon, man. It wrecked me horribly. I really think that was a big contributor to my sleep apnea. Man, oh man. It messed with me bad. I know some people can handle it, but for me, oh, it fucked me up. I mean, that's true. I get that. I get that. You get, you know, you can stay up as pretty much as late as you want, depending on what you want to do. Or, you know, if you sleep after you get home, you know, get off at noon, get home by 12:30, 1 o'clock, and then make your afternoon your sleep, and then you get up and you can just stay awake until you got to go to work at 3 a.m. I mean, like I said, it was bad for me back in the day because it messed me up horribly. And I never, ever want to do it again. It would take a hell of a lot to convince me to do a night shift of any kind again. You know, it took you only a week to get used to it? I think I did that job for 2 years. I don't think I ever got used to it. I need push these. That thing's done. What's this? Let's go to the shipyard. Yeah, this is it's basically Age of Empires with a Star Wars skin, but it's its own standalone game. Star Wars mod, but it's its own standalone game. It's Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. We're playing as the Trade Federation, and we're fighting the Gungans. We're trying to destroy the Gungans, so we have a full grip on Naboo. We've already killed we've already defeated the Nabooians. Problem is, I'm out of resources because I need a specific resource that's so far not found on this map.
Easy kill.
Octopath Traveler 2. I still need to do the first Octopath Traveler. As well as Chrono Cross. I wouldn't mind. They've been working on an Echo S mod for Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy IX. I don't know how far along they are on either one of them, but if they're even remotely, you know, got some progress on them, you know, at least 2 are close to end game, I might do a redo of. I might play 8 and or 9 at some point. 9 will only be my second playthrough, so I won't know it as well. But to do an Echo S mod of 8 would be interesting. Okay. Oh, that's an issue. What can attack submarines? Of course, not enough Nova crystals. I'm not supposed to get Nova crystals. Can I cross here? Oh, hello. No, I can't. It's too... Somehow it's not deep enough, or it's too deep. Even though it's just like shallow water. Where am I supposed to get Nova crystals? We have to transport them across the land. It's like the air transports or sea transports. Nope, I don't have enough crystals for that. Guess I'm gonna need one of these. 171 carbon. Okay, I can afford that. It's the only way I know how to get resources. Misa. Misa Gungan. Actually, Misa killing Gungans. Misa robot, Misa killing Gungans. Misa killing the true Sith antagonist of the entire franchise, aka Jar Jar Binks. What an incredible, crazy theory that is. Even in fiction, people look for conspiracy theories. It's crazy. Okay. Do we need? We need Nova crystals. Even just to build a transport. Okay, we can do that. Away from the shoreline. Damn it. Alright.
Lining up.
I think my fishing boats got sunk. Mobile pitch. Have the resources to repair that. Alright, all you guys come here. A lot of nerfs. Yeah, I think my base has that under control. Alright, now. Quickly, you three can build me an animal doohickey place. And there's nothing on that island. We're the good guys, you're heroes who don't kill a bunch of bad guys. No, we're actually victims here. So we got trick here to kill a bunch of good guys. Fuck both of you. I'm gonna go find my own reasons to kill a bunch of people. A hero is only the winner. Hero is only the winner. In a way, Darth Vader, Darth Sidious, they're all heroes to the Sith. Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, Kyle Katarn, they're all villains to the Sith. A hero is the one who performs the best for their morality. To the Nazis, Hitler was a hero. And I think that pretty much sums up this conversation. Ow. He's telling me there's some freaking resources down here. Other than trees. Other than goddamn trees. There's some goonions down here.
We'll need to maintain a defensive perimeter on these islands. We can't let these resources fall into enemy hands again.
What resources on what island? These islands? There's no resources on these islands. What are you talking about? I guess I missed one. Nope. How many media can have the protag following his own path to being a puppet? Yeah. Where are my defensive ships? Anti-air destroyer. Where's that? What the? Okay. Upgrade that. Anything over here? There's just a bunch of water over here. Okay, well, lots of fish. Yay, but not the resources that I'm looking for. These are not the resources you're looking for. How about you guys repair that? Who's not doing anything? You guys aren't. Get over here, please. Island Gungans. Sorry, I should be using. At least there's some purple crystals over here. How much damage can we kill it? Can we do this thing? Oh, that's gonna take a minute. That's gonna take a minute. Where's my artillery? You. Over here. We can't afford another artillery, can we? 90 Nova crystals. Oh, yes, we can. You guys, instead of trying to just blow up a building that you apparently can't blow up, you know what we really need is like engineers. We need things that can take over buildings. Okay, there's a couple of piles of ore over here, which is good to see. At least we know about that. One more artillery, we should be good to go. It's loaded up with 7 artillery. Okay. Well, we'll actually be loaded with 8. Get over here and unload them right there. And then we can take some builder droids down there too, like you guys. No, not destroyer, transport. You two get aboard. We'll put a command center over there too. Load here. And then go back. Keep yourself in a safe place. Why is an anti-air destroyer hovering around my shipyard? Does you actually think I'm deploying aircraft around that? Need more ore. Okay, well, as soon as I get more ore from mining, I'm in good shape. Alright. I send you guys over here. That's right, you can't cross. We can't even get on shallow water because reasons. It's too bad you can't fire from inside those transports. That'd be super convenient for shoreline bombardments. What's the unload button? L. At least we have an idea of what's up there. Retreat! Why can't I build it there? Why can't I build it there? They had a building there, so why can't I build it there? Why can't I put it there? Why can't I put it there? That's where their building was before. Why can't I put it there? Seriously, why? It's annoying. That's where they had their command center. How come there's not enough room for mine? So do they have an anti-air structure up there? Those look like regular turrets. One of these could be anti-air though, which would be a problem. Okay, I don't know what happened to all the shit I had up here. Why am I so limited on where I can build shit? I don't get why I can't build a command center over here. I'm really confused by that. Thousand food. Fuck. Just sold all my food. Still have another. Okay, I have another transport over there. I need you to be a bit of a scout real quick. Find out if that's an anti-air turret or not. If it's not, I might be in decent shape. I can attack with bombers. Yeah, that's anti-air. Alright, I figured as much. Quick about it, should be able to unload like right here. So there's our defensive crap up here. Take out that anti-air tower. You guys can do the rest.
Sending orders now. I'll neutralize them.
Advanced cruisers. I ain't got no cruisers. Ain't no freaking cruisers. How come I can't cruise? I gotta do this. Oh, no food yet. What happened to the Nova Crystals? Hi, Xander. Welcome in. How you doing?
Staff reporting and sending encrypted orders now.
Sorry. Ugh. I didn't know if it was going to go through or not. I was like, eh. RBG Maker roadblock has you down? What kind of roadblock are we talking about? He's okay. Don't know why I can't build a command center over here. It makes no gall darn sense. Sounds like you have a looping. You have a character on repeat movements. Have them walk up to the character and then have a turn on a switch that makes them walk down only. Search sensor array. At least we're getting some purple. I need another. I need to remake a doohickey, one of these. But where can I put it? Where am I? Why can I not build this damn thing anywhere? What is the time limit to defeat Odin after you enter his tower in Final Fantasy VIII? Oh my goodness. That one might be. That one might have me stumped. I feel like it's double digit starts. I want to say something like 16 or 12, but somehow I also feel that's wrong. Do you have them set to where they, once they reach the player character, like once they touch the player character, turn on a switch, even if it's a self switch, to make them only go south? 20 minutes. Okay. Yeah. You have those self switches. Yeah, I know where you're talking about. I just didn't know. I forgot the time. If you have self switches on, that could be. Well, the switches. If the self switches are set to trigger on player on. How would you set them? You wouldn't be able to set self switches for contact with the player because the player touch, unless it's event touch. If it's event touch, it could trigger self switch that way. But I would say to how I would just straight up do that. Are the two characters approaching the player coming from different, possibly different locations? Because why wouldn't you just have them use a specified route? Can I build turrets here yet? 125 ore. Yes, I can. Finally, turrets to protect this damn place. I think I should be able to upgrade those turrets from here. 400 carbon, 600 nova crystals, that's a lot. How do I upgrade turrets? These things. Research medium turret. Okay, that's what I need. You know, my turret's stronger. Okay. I can upgrade to a heavy bomber, enhanced bomber. 200 carbon, 200 crystals. I need more nova crystals. No, nova crystals. What was nova crystals? Those are nova. This is ore crystals. Okay. I need more green shit. I need more green shit. I also want you guys to make a lookout post for, since it's a detector. There's a cruiser. Excellent for long-range shelling of shore installations. Well, finally. The problem is we don't have enough overcrystals anymore. They're unpowered. We need to put a power core over here. They're set to move toward the player from the left to the right. They do that no problem. And both face the same direction as the player. Is this a cutscene? So you're using auto run? I would just have the two characters approach the player, and then after they complete their route, I don't even see why you would have to activate a switch. Just have their route be part of the movement of the three characters, unless have your characters approach the player from left and right on their set route, and then once they reach the end of that route, create a new switch that's a global switch for all three characters. And once they reach the end of that route, that switch turns on, which causes all three characters to move south. Hello, Kingdom. Welcome in. How you doing? Having some RPG Maker conversations while I'm in the middle of an RTS battle. Battle with air quotes. Okay, so I got purple crystals down here. I wonder if there's green crystals available somewhere else. Where's, both my transports get sunk? Probably. Okay, can we make some more? Probably not. 90 Nova Crystals. No, we can't. We build a carbon processing center over here. Oh, we're out of those as well. Alright. Our carrying capacity is increased. That's good. I set for the auto run for the entire event first, and after figured do a self switch that is set to parallel, as the player wouldn't move in the auto run, but would in parallel. When you set the self switch to parallel, are they still on the self switch page that is set for parallel? Are they set to move down? And did those self switch get turned on? Can't build anything here. Everything needs Nova crystals. Can't build a transport now. Can't build an air transport. Oh, I can build an air transport. 131 carbon, 37 food. Okay. Oh, 131 carbon. Alright. Self switches on at the beginning of the second page. That's your problem. If the self switch comes on at the beginning of the second page, it's not going to come on. The self switch has to be the end of the route on your first page. Or that is a problem. You have to have the switch that turns on the self switch at the end of the horizontal movement route. Having it at the beginning of the southern route does you no good because the game doesn't know when to turn on those self switches. At least now we got an air transport on the way. Wow. Giant floating turd. It's even brown like one, too. You have the switch set off on the first page. The switch itself is off on the first page, yes. But the trigger to turn that on has to be on the first page. Having the trigger that turns it on the second page does you no good because the trigger won't go off on the second page. Where am I going to put these things down at? Is there something down here? You know, I didn't check over here. I don't know why you chose that route. Probably nothing but water down here. That's what I figured. Well, I hope it helps. Yeah, switches are very finicky. They're very finicky. You've got to make sure that you have the switches set correctly, as well as have them trigger correctly. And this got destroyed somehow, even though I had... Oh. Why? Okay. Somehow, despite all this... You have the cell switch off at the beginning of page 1 and set to on at the end of page 1. Okay, and the self switch is on page 2 and set to auto or parallel. You would say parallel on page 2. Upgrade to heavy turrets somewhere. These freaking structures. 200 carbon, 300 ore. I don't have 200 carbon yet. Oh, there's fucking... That's the problem. Wow, they do a ton of damage too. Of course they do. Well, purple... Well, I can sell the purple crystals. I've got a few of them. What do I want to build, though, when I have the money? Of carbon. Damn it. Why can't it go right there? I wish this... Why is this game being such a prick when it comes to where I can put this building? Why not here? It's the same kind of spot as this. Does that have to be partially on land? Then what's wrong with, like, over here? Or up here? Or here. And why is it just now giving me this type of trouble? I mean, so what about over here on this island? Why none of this? Why can't I go anywhere here? What's wrong with here? It's the same as over there. Partially on blue, partially on land. It's like that one spot over there is the only place in this entire freaking map that I can put a seaport. This just makes no sense. Kill that young one and dead. Beat him up. Beat up that Gungan.
Feed is active. There's no green up here. There's an island of trees. Okay, so there's an island way over here, which can only be reached by air. Alright, crazy plan. Save real quick and just
See if we can take a shortcut. If not, then we'll have to take the long way. What if we go from here right through here? Hopefully that's all ocean and no turrets. Hello, Nickelodeon. How you doing? A lot of blue here. Not a whole lot of defenses. Okay. Crazy plan. Crazy plan. Over here. You two are going to tag along. We're going to load up a few workers. And we're going to drop them over here where these Nova crystals are. Everybody on board.
Ready to depart.
Those ships look like they've run aground, but I know that's not the case. Right up through there. Out of range of the... I see your DM, Xander. Give me a second, I'll take a look. Okay. Now we should just be able to mosey right down here. Transport ship.
Ready to depart.
Right, at least now we're getting some green. Let's see if I can help Xander out here while we're gathering this green stuff. Excuse me. Okay, the self switch that you're turning on event 001, what is event 001? Like, what is that event? Is that the hero character, or like what is event 001? Like, what is that event specifically? Okay, let's keep the food going. Okay, now we got the green coming in now. We have the Nova crystals coming in. We can upgrade this for sure. See, if we can upgrade the artillery as well. We upgrade the artillery. We could drop the artillery pretty much anywhere, and it's going to have free reign to just do whatever it wants. Okay, first of all, let me say self-switches only affect the event that the self-switch is on. So, because what it looks like, you turn on self-switch 1, or self-switch A on 001. Top comment. Okay, those two characters are moving. All right, let me look at the rest of the thing. Okay, changing the direction fix is not gonna do that. Direction fix just means it's not going to. It's like direction fix just means like, say you want the character to look like he's walking backwards, you would tell them to move down and then have the direction facing up. So when you say move down, they're still going to be facing up when they move down. So these control only those characters. Okay, so that event is strictly 001. And player looking around, self switch A, which will go to this one, which makes the two characters on the end move in. Characters turn down. The second part. Player on. Character on. Character on. Wait 11 frames. Parallel. Okay, so yeah, the self switch has nothing to do with the other characters. Having it parallel would, parallel would only affect the characters if you want the player to move the character while the other events are in motion. So, I mean, what you'd want to do at that point is just go into auto instead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have seven frames of movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Okay, so yeah, it's not a distance issue.
I don't know why I don't have watch time. Eh. You said for auto for all three, but they moved to the intended, but the player didn't. Well, you had what set to auto? Do you have any events on the two side characters that are moving? Do you have any events on them? Like, do you have any triggers on them? Because the only thing that should be the only movement commands that should be given is from your starting event. Okay. It's still doing fine. Yeah, I know you get set move routes assigned to them. The player should is this MV or MZ? I guess it really wouldn't matter either way. Um, just for shits and grins, instead of making it a self switch, create an entirely new switch. Use a global switch instead of a self switch, just to see if that works. And probably the self switch shouldn't be the issue, but I rely on that more for that kind of movement. In fact, if anything, you really could just drop the switches altogether and set it all in one, set the entire event on one page. Because by putting it all on one page, it all happens as one event. Because the characters that move over, they stop their movement. You have the conversation, and then all three characters would just move south, all in one auto run page. You wouldn't need to use the switches for anything. But if you want to keep it the way it is, set the okay, you've stopped mining there. Try setting a global switch instead of a self switch. I only again it shouldn't really make a difference because I don't think that's the problem. But I only use self switches on things like chest events, door events. Nothing else. Okay, so now we've got some green here. Alright. We can upgrade our bombers. We can. The MVMZ version, no, you're right, shouldn't matter, but unless you're talking about the switches, the self switch versus the global switch shouldn't matter, but you don't really need a switch at all. You can make that all one event. Because it's all going to be a cutscene, I assume. You would never need the player to do anything, so you wouldn't need to. You wouldn't need switches, so you wouldn't need a parallel switch. Which still doesn't explain why even on why on the auto it didn't move the character. That I don't get. Need more carbon. Is nobody digging? Somebody's digging wood, but not enough. Probably buy some wood maybe, but got 2 digging wood there. Upgrade that if I wanted to. 300 no, I need carbon. I need carbon to upgrade the carbon building. Wonderful. Those two freaking artillery turrets, the artillery cannons are still there. Go get them. I was going to say, it's got 1 HP, kill it! Yeah, try a few different things. Try it with the global switch. Try making it all one event. Oh yeah, 1-page event. Make sure you have no routes set on the like no automated routes on the moving characters, because the automated routes, especially if you switch it to parallel, will override any commands given. I think will override any commands given to it by an external event. $84 Nova Crystals, 52 food, which we got that plenty of. We got plenty of food. Warm? You mean like warm as far as like weather outside? Yes. Very, very hot down here. Approaching 90 today. I'm not feeling out. Guys are done with that. I won't be able to transport straight there. Alright, move it over. We got 3 advanced bombers. I have 1 AA turret there. Which is the cost to make the cannons? 90 Nova Crystals, 50 carbon. I can make. You know what? I can use these guys to make a carbon processing center. And start cutting up some wood. Need to upgrade it. I need to upgrade it. I wonder how much damage we could do if we sneak by. We got 3 right now. Let's see if we can just sneak on up there. I can just take a nice tight route right along the edge of the map. I might be able to stay out of range of that AA turret. Yep, they cleared the range of the AA turret easily.
Target destruction imminent. Command computer active when see open.
Shit. Alright, well, I didn't expect that. Okay. High Tower Boardroom. I don't even know what that is. Alright, let's see if we can get some of these artillery out here. Wait, 11 frames. When does the sound effect play? Does the sound effect play when it's supposed to? Because the sound effect, you stopped after one step. Well, you see, I'm thinking part of your problem is the wait time. Your wait time is 11 frames after all three characters start moving. Your wait time is 11 frames. That's not very much before you hear a sound effect. 11 frames is less than a half a second. Actually, 11 frames on a 60 FPS game, 11 frames is not even a quarter of a second. So I would think that if you want the sound effect to happen after they start moving, or after they finish moving, rather, your wait time needs to be longer. Wait time is meant for the sound effect. Okay. Well, that wait time will also affect their movement. If after the sound effect you have no other... Also, after the sound effect, if you have no other commands, the trigger will loop... The event will loop back to the top. So... Oops, went too far. If your route was originally to move left, once that wait timer is up and the sound effect plays, the trigger is going to loop back to the top and start moving them horizontally again on your old style. Not the full version I gave you, but that may have been part of your problem at first. Is your sound effect plays after the 11 frames, but the event has nothing after the sound effect. And on a auto run or parallel event, anything that once a event list is complete, it loops back to the top and starts again. That could be your problem. Is after 11 seconds or 11 frames, instead of them continuing to move south, the 11 frames are up and they go back up. Baba is you. Why? I thought you said the other two started moving against each other. They went horizontally again. A collection of algorithmic puzzles. Then why the hell am I gonna? Why would you think I'm gonna play that? Okay, with the event that I gave you, they went the direction as intended. But so we got double cannons now, and I was going to transport them. Probably should take something to protect them. $500 carbon. We need more Nova crystals. Now the player stops after one step. Let me take a look at the command list. It's not really an algorithm thing, it's just how the event works. What about the map itself? Is there any is there any object or any like map designs that's stopping the that could be stopping the character? Like if you're, I'm looking at the map here. Are all the tiles pass through? Would move down be it because there's step forward options? Step forward just allows just orders the character to move forward in the direction they're facing. So if for whatever reason you want your character to move forward regardless of whatever direction they're facing, that's what move forward does. If you want them to specifically move down, then you have to tell them move down, and they will move south. But is all your map tiles set for full movement? Because your hero moves only one square, it sounds like there could be a tile state issue. Like your character is trying to move forward, but is stuck. This turret is still doing a damn good job. What about other layers? You could have just check. You could have other layers in the direction that the player is trying to go that is invisible but still blocking. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to think of almost any possible solution. You have the player going down. You have the two characters going down. You said the player only moves one step, and you have it set for auto. Who's not moving? Okay, so I guess we got all the Nova crystals we're going to get. Oh, that's right. No, it's MV. There's no layering. That's right. You're right. I forgot about that. What?
Excellent work. The main opposition on this shore has been eliminated.
Yay me. See what the fuck happens. When you say other times, so you're talking about, are you saying like it randomly stops the character where other times it doesn't? So it stops the player where other times it doesn't? Like you play the same scene over and over again, you get different results? Okay. 90 crystals. We'll have a lot of crystals left. Should take some protection or salt mech. The transports also, aren't they? Can be used to transport units. Would I want to do that? Would I want to use an assault mech? No, because I'm going to fly them over, land them here, and deploy them that way. I fly them up there, deploy them there. Now, I can't transport a transport, can I? Probably not. Yeah, you want to if you want to put a wait for completion, you should put wait on completion on the last character that you're going to have moved in your event list. You should have that character have the wait for completion. That way, all three characters will be moving, and they'll be waiting on whichever one is the third one. So, like, you have character one movement, character two movement, and player movement. Player movement should have in the list in that order. Player movement should have the wait for completion command. You said for auto run NPCs move as intended, he doesn't. It still could be an issue. It could still be an issue with looping, with a looping event. Yeah, I get what the concept you're trying to go for is. Okay, so we need. What is this? What can you make me? $630 food, 630 Nova crystals. Very effective against turrets, buildings, and walls, especially good against units. Extremely long reload rate, counts as 2 population towards the limit. I gotta try this. How much does this cost? Yeah, I don't have enough Nova crystals. That's where, if you're for that last one there, Xander, talking about playing a thing at the end, but worried it would port in before they finish moving to the spot. That's where you would have the wait. That's where you should put the player as the last one of the 3 move commands, and have the player. Doesn't really have to be the player, I guess, but just easier in my head. Have the player set to wait for completion. That way, all those movement orders have to be completed before the game teleports. One thing to build. That thing is smaller than I expected. 80 damage, huh? Let me see what you can do. I'll make a backup save because I don't want to risk spending all that dough on a piece of shit. $160 health plus a shield. Range of 12. No armor. So we're talking about a flying glass cannon. Beautiful. Holy shit. All right. Try to keep it out of range of any fires. Wow, it obliterated the trees. That's why I would wait for. That's why I would put a instead of using a wait command for the sound effect, it actually have a wait until completion. That way you have everything that you want to happen after they're done moving to happen. Alright, that's pretty decent damage. And at least I can see what they've... Uh-oh. One more shot will take it out. Damn it. Okay, well, the upside is I can drop forces here. There's next to nothing guarding that corner anymore.
Establishing a link.
Really, it doesn't queue up. Where'd my... I think I'm down here. Okay. Where is this? Here we go. Alright. Grind on those pink ones then, I guess.
Where do you need me to go? Establishing a link.
Level 5. Okay, well. Yeah, NPC, pretty much by default. Nope, stop. You're heading toward a turret. Typically, by default, the player moves at speed 4, and events move at speed 3. Or, well, speed 2x slower. I think it's speed 3. Damn, that requires Nova Crystals. If you want to make it look like they're dragging him, you could also set the player to be turn off animation, so the characters dragging him will have movement animations, but he won't. So it looks like he's actually being dragged because he's. If you mean literally dragged, if you mean just like pulled along, he's still able to walk. Then never mind. But like visually, if you wanted to like he's literally being dragged, you could put the player as non-animation, so it looks like he's just stationary, being literally dragged down the. Oh fuck me! Why are you there? Are you an anti-air destroyer? You didn't attack. Lucky me! Get the fuck out of here! Or you change your mind. Oh boy, do I hate this level. What if I... What does this save? I forget what I did here. This is still being built. Okay. So I need some anti-air. 100 crystals, 300 food. Got that. Okay, so I'm going to get that. $37 food, 131 carbon. Got that. I'm going to afford that. Build one of those. Gain 20 more speed. Well, that would have been nice to have seen before. Military units are created 33% faster. Interesting. Okay. Let's have one for these guys. Take another one of these. And then another one for these guys. We'll slip them in on the side over here. Use the AA cannons to defend the... Do you know what we want? You know what else we want? We want to upgrade the mech destroyer, I think. Very effective versus troopers. I think we want 5 of these as well. Okay, can't have 5 of them because we're out of space.
Feed is active.
Let's think about putting something that shoots quicker. You're welcome, Xander. At least you... I understand how sometimes eventing can be frustrating because you put everything in that you think that you do, and it still isn't working like you're supposed to, and it just absolutely just drives you nuts. And I completely get that. I completely understand that. Where did he go? Okay.
Where do you need me to go?
Okay, so
Establishing a
still need 2 more of these. I have another. I don't have another aircraft. Okay, I don't need another aircraft. I can just bring the other one over. That one's still another AA missile. Yeah, I totally understand the frustration of eventing just making no sense. Or not making no sense, but not understanding why it isn't working.
Establishing a link. Ready to depart.
But I'm glad to have helped, Xander. still having trouble grasping. Basically, switches are, you know, the triggers for...
We've located Autogunga.
Okay, you should have gone that way, but...
Destroy.
Ready to depart.
Scanners
Don't
indicate
go
the
that
city
way,
is mostly
doofus.
deserted. Nevertheless, we must eliminate all remaining resistance.
Wait, the city is mostly deserted. What? 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 What is? What? What city? What? The hell are you talking about? Switches are just triggers. They are the things that tell the game, okay, this character, this event, this square, this white square here, is going to do multiple things. At this time, I want them to do these things. But when this happens, I want them to do these things. But when these things happen, I want them to do this thing. It's really just it's just a trigger. It's so I can understand it being confusing. I get it. For the longest time I didn't use triggers at all. I'd actually like made like duplicate maps. Like say I made a room, right? I would make 2 rooms and then have like events happening in one room, and then when I wanted a new set of events from the same event characters, I would just like teleport the player to the duplicate room, and then those events would happen through auto run automatically instead of just having them all in one room, and then the switch being the trigger that moves from event set A to event set B. I'm so glad I finally figured out how that worked, so I didn't waste time with making the same map over and over again.
Ready to comply.
Wish you could tell an event this switch is tied to this set of things instead of set switch in whatever spot on the list of events. That's what the pages are for. Each page you can dedicate to a switch and its events. So if you have 5 events that you want it to run, and you want it to run after this switch is set, you set page number 2 on that event to have those 5 events, those 5 actions taken, and then have another event somewhere activate that switch so that that event uses those 5 actions specifically from that switch's tab.
Ready to depart. Feed is active. Ready to depart. Feed is active. Ready to comply.
Alright, let's try another backup save. Now these flyers won't be protected, but when they land, they should have the artillery cannon should have protection from air attacks and small arms fire. Conditional branches with if and else each having switches is easier for me. Conditional branches are a thing, and they do work with an if else language. They do work that way. There is a okay. I think MV has it as well. I started thinking MZ again. I know MZ has it. I think MV has them as well. Okay, I wonder if I need to land them there. Maybe the heavier mechs were a better idea. that's the right idea. Problem is, do I have the things for it? Yeah, these things are going to be better. I need more Nova crystals. I don't have any. I have a lot of purple, though. I can probably sell them. I bought some sold. Oops. Okay. Get the upgrade first. Oh, it only requires carbon. $500. 500 fucking carbon. 750 Nova crystals. God damn. Sell some food. Jesus. Let's do messing around with NPC to player conversations with choice actions. Yeah. I mean, if that works easier for you, go for it. As long as the end result is what you want, doesn't really matter how you do it. What's this? More hit points on that I could definitely use. 700 food. I got that. 150 ore. Got that. Get it. Get that upgrade.
Ready to establishing a link.
Get rid of these damn things. Pieces of shit. I could recycle units. That'd be nice. Making NPC remember what conversation about it was brought to. That would probably rely on variables, which in some ways work very similarly to switches. But the difference being the variables allow you to put in a customized number. I have no idea if that helps, if that explanation helps at all, but my one anti-air turret's still handling it well. Need more hit points. Oh, I need that. 250 Nova crystals. I don't have that though. So I need 5 of these. I don't have enough carbon for that. Variables work in the same way. They just have more variable options. Okay, how can I get... I need to buy carbon, but I need more Nova first. And sell some ore. And now I can buy some carbon. 100 food, 175 carbon. That's gonna be three tanks. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, the only time you would ever have to use them is if you're trying to have something like be not necessarily randomized, but have different actions each time you do a section, a particular part. Like if you want this person to say Bob, or say Jim, or say Tom, depending on what actions the player has done in the past, that's what you would use a variable for, depending on what depending on how it works. If you have the player say, you can set the variable to be involved in a bunch of different ways. You can use a custom number, or you can have it based on something in the game. Like I believe you can do something like levels or experience. So like if you've reached level 5, when you talk to this NPC, you can set it to where, okay, variable name is the range of 1 to 4. Okay, he's level 3. NPC character will say Bob. If character is level 7, you set a variable range between 5 and 9, and NPC character will say Bob's name or whatever the second one was, and so forth. Again, I know my descriptions probably suck, but that's essentially how it works. You can set different things to happen at the same point, same character, same event, whatever, depending on how you set. That's what the variables are for, to allow varied things to happen at a specific point. You can base it on anything from like experience, how much experience you've gained. It also can be used, I mean, when the player joins the guild and starts getting ranks of adventure, you would also use it for something like if you want, you're getting a new character for the party and you want them to be, say, exactly 1 level lower than your main character, but you don't know for sure if your main character is going to be level 7 or level 8 by the time they get to that point in the game, going the wrong way. You would set a variable to actually be set on that level. So you would have the game say, okay, set the variable for the level of the hero character, for the main hero character. And that's going to be the variable set number. So when you reach the character, reach the new character, you set the new character's level as a variable, and that variable will be whatever the number is that got set from the first character's level. So if the character made it to level 7, if the character made it to level 7, you would set that variable to be whatever the player's level is, and in the case of this instance, it would be 7. And when you add the new character to the party, the new character would start at level 7. If the player was 8, the new character would be 8, and so on and so forth. Maybe sending them all up there at once is not the right idea. Maybe I should send the ground force clearers out first. Don't send in the artillery units with them as protection. Send these guys in first. Maybe send these two in first. Send the protection in first, and then bring in the artillery. Where am I going? Alright, one thing at a time. All you're needed for that, generally intending to be mostly solo with player having meeting with PCs fight alongside it. Well, I just use the level thing as an example. You can also like use it to vary how much gold somebody gets too. God, these things. How do these mounted troopers do so much damage to my freaking mechs? How much can I get by selling a whole bunch of food? I have a ton of food. I want to sell a bunch of it. What if I make bombers and fighters? I'm not great at deploying troops via landing. I'm either going to send ground forces at you, or I'm going to send aircraft at you. I'm not good at deployment. The rescue bit happens when he shoots that down. He escapes, but has to hide what he is because fear, as far as he knows. There's monster necromancy seems evil in the world he's in. Necromancy is usually considered evil in most worlds. The ability to control the dead is creepy to people. Very strong versus Jedi or Sith. Just stronger than the strike mech. What was the strike mech? Was the strike mech what I was using? No, that's the strike mech. Yeah, it sucks. Very effective versus troopers. Yeah, but useless against the mounted shit. Ranged anti-aircraft. Okay. So I do need both of these. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, I do like the idea that you're going for. You're going for the subversion of expectation, which is an idea I've had about or smaller units like troopers. Yeah. I've had like ideas of characters that utilize, you know, dark energies or like dark magic or whatnot, and by reputation they're evil, but they're not because of their nature, and those who wield the light magic are actually the evil ones. You know, just the subversion of expectation, the opposite of the default or the stereotype. Wow, that scratched the armor. That was all it did. All right. All right. Weird thought. Weird thought. Tools aren't evil unless you use it for what determines the other evil. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Feed is active.
Can I destroy trees with artillery? I can.
Establishing a link.
That might actually
Ready to comply.
be quite handy. 50 carbon, 150 Nova crystals. I'm going to make 2 of these. Yeah, I'm the Trade Federation right now. There's only like 2 missions left. I'm not really sure which way I want to go with this idea. I mean, I've already got my bombers being built. But I thought about maybe going with these heavy destroyer droids. I'm making only 2 of these. Unless I sell stuff. I can sell more of this. 84 station, yeah. Make a few more droids. With the thought being, if I take them along with the transport, you won't be able to protect them from flyers, but I can protect them from ground forces with these guys. The artillery cannons do all the work.
Ready to depart.
Wonder what the plan was if the Trade Federation won the war on Naboo? Well, the idea, I believe, was for them to win, but actually I think... okay, actually no. The idea wasn't necessarily for the Trade Federation to win. I think the idea was to draw out the Jedi and reveal to them that the Sith are back. I think that was their idea. That was Sidious's plan. Sidious made up the attack, or had the attack happen on Naboo using the Trade Federation, knowing that it would draw the Jedi out, and then Sidious could reveal to the Jedi, "Hey, guess what? We're back, bitches." That's my thought.
A link. Feed is active. Feed is active.
I think Sidious knew that that Naboo would be lost to the Trade Federation. They knew the Trade Federation would lose.
Where do you
Because
need me
his
to go?
insight and his foresight and all that. I really do that much damage to my own units. Hang on here now. Oh, that's working much better. That's the problem, though. Those aircraft. You can't hit the aircraft. You know what? They can be a distraction. They won't take a lot of damage from those flyers. It's actually working really well. Those of it with the public being against it seemed it was doomed to fall regardless. Like if they managed to get a forged treaty signed, the public would likely declare it illegal since the agreement was in dispute with them without signing. Wish I knew their plan had succeeded. I just, you know, I mean, it's hard to really say, but I'm pretty sure they would just been like, again, you know, it wasn't the Trade Federation that was doing it. It was Sidious, and it's like he knew he said the Decade of Demortians, the Trade Federation would fail. All right, you should just like stand around. Yeah, just stand there and take some hits. War center. I'm still trying to find the structure. Troops? That's a troop center? It's a huge troop center. No. Stop making buildings and just die. Yeah, he said he knew that the Trade Federation was not going to be strong enough to defeat the Naboo once you know, they had help. They knew that. He knew that, which is why it didn't matter to him. He knew there was no way it was going to succeed, so he didn't have to worry about having a backup plan in case they did, because they weren't going to. It's like sending an aluminum tank to go fight a nuclear war. You know that aluminum tank is not going to survive. The Trade Federation was an aluminum tank versus a nuke. God, they keep building that war center. They just can't destroy it fast enough. Where's their Great Hall? Is it this thing? Yeah, do you intend to lose Maul? Probably not. Uh-oh. Do you intend to lose Maul? Probably not. But yeah, the reveal was enough. He's not going to change target. They're going to change target to the destroyers. No, I just have to do it. But he also knew that by losing Maul, he had the potential for a new apprentice, and that's when he found Anakin. Alright, I'm taking a chance. While they're over there attacking, send my bombers and fighters over there to see if we can't crash some party. Knowing that he would be treated as a shotgun Sith, training the bare minimum.
Target destruction imminent.
Take out that turret. There we go. Okay, am I finding any progress? This is my objective, right? High Tower Boardroom. The command center? Is everything we need?
New staff online. New staff reporting in. Roger, roger.
I don't know what their High Tower Boardroom is. You can see where as apprentice a bit before Sidious killed his master. As long as the leader of our degree was one fully Sith Lord, Dark Jedi. Yeah. He wasn't a Sith so much as he was using the dark side because, or he sided with the dark side because it was, in his opinion, more balanced than the Jedi. So he wasn't truly evil so much as he sympathized, I guess is a good word to put on it, more with the Sith. Okay, back up. battle took me all night. This was one mission. It took me all night to do it. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, the Jedi Order didn't want to believe that the Sith were back. Yeah, they were in denial. Mm-hmm. Alright, what are we missing over here? Oh, hey look, more Nova crystals. Nukem 99.99 coming in with an 18-person raid. Thank you so very much for that raid, Nukem. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Let me throw you a proper shout out here while I got a second here. With 4 9s, of course, because he hasn't broken the damage limit yet. Welcome in. Thank you so very much for that generous raid. I greatly appreciate it. You are playing, let's see, a game called Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Never heard of that. Is it any good? Welcome in. Thank you so very much for. I hope you enjoyed your playthrough of Galactic Battlegrounds. Thank you so very much. Let me say first, if you need to raid and run, I totally understand. But if you do want to hang out, allow me to introduce myself. I am Commander Krim. Welcome aboard the Starship Dragon. That's what I call my stream here. I am a variety streamer, streaming a variety of video games, as opposed to a variety streamer who paints walls. A variety of walls. I don't have a better punchline, so just go with it. I'm also an amateur comedian, voice actor, and indie game developer. I do my best to entertain your community while they are here, so thank you for trusting them with me. And if that sounds like something you want to be a part of, allow me to say thank you to those of you, or I should finish what I'm saying. If that sounds like something you want to be a part of, hit that follow button, just like Toasty and Sakura and what was it? Atari, yeah, Atari Beer Pong, great name by the way. I thought I saw a third one, I thought I saw a putty tat. Nonetheless, do like they did. Hit that follow button. Thank you so very much for those 3 follows. And like the misused power, thank you so very much for the follows. Let me catch up on the chat for all you people popping in here. Nukem Raid, Death to the Gungans. It's what I'm doing right now. I'm bombing the hell out of them. Getting the salutations to you as well, Atari. Hello, Battlegrounds player. You see, here's the thing. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 20 minutes, and for 3 hours and about 10 minutes of that, it's been this one mission. I'm not very good at this stuff, so I wouldn't say I'm a Battlegrounds player so much as I'm a Battlegrounds participant. Joke deserves a follow. Thank you, Sakura. Thank you. Some of us are people, others are lizards and toast. Hey, I don't judge. People, lizards, toasts, shoes, socks, shirts, cats. I mean, hey, my second in command is a cat. Name's Comet, the flame-furred ball of fury, as I call him. He's a thing. Let's see who else said hello. Love you already. Anybody gets the joke in my name is automatically awesome? Well, yeah, absolutely. I've played enough Final Fantasy games to know what the damage limit is. That's why in my RPG, I'm not going to have a damage limit on it if I can keep that from happening. Do you paint the walls with the blood? Hold on, the chat's moving too much. Paint the walls with the blood of those who have wronged you? No, I usually paint the walls with my own jit. Never mind. Joining for the painting of the walls, please. Believe it or not, first I've heard it being called the Starship Dragon. Xander, I've called it that for a while, but it's sort of like been unofficial. You know, it's like when you build a ship or in the dry dock, and it's like hasn't been named yet, but you got like an idea of what you want to call it. Well, I officially like thrown the wine bottle at it, or champagne bottle, or whatever they use. In my case, it'd be whiskey because I usually drink whiskey or vodka. So I throw that bottle at the ship and call it the Starship Dragon. It's also part of my opening intro. We do like Atari, beer, and or Pong. Not always in that order. Fair. I mean, I never would have guessed you liked Atari. I would assume, actually, you might have liked Commodore 64. I mean, you know, you're kind of vague about the name. I'm just saying. Let's see. Not being good at the game doesn't mean they're not fun to be found. That's true. That's what I try to do, Sakura, is I try to make you all laugh. The biggest thing that I want to do when I'm here streaming is do one of two things. Either want to teach you something about the game or games that I'm playing, whether it be because I fucked up and you guys can, you know, enjoy that fuck up and not do that fuck up whenever you play the game, or just make you laugh yourself silly. Whether I make a joke about the game, something going on in the game, or I just say something absolutely off the wall, like talking about painting my walls with my own jizz. If you missed that part of the conversation, well, you didn't now. To the window, to the wall, to the spaceship coolant runs down my... Ooh, yeah, you wouldn't want that. Ew. Antimatter on your nutsack? The only good that would do you is you definitely would never have to shave your balls ever again. I'm an RTS fanatic trying to play every single strategy game ever made. We're doing Battlegrounds for May the 4th, of course, makes sense. Although now it's the 7th and we're still playing it. Yeah, I didn't do it for May the 4th because I was still trying to finish an old FPS shooter. I don't know why, almost first-person shooter, an FPS game that I was trying to finish on Saturday. You might have heard this one since you played Galactic Battlegrounds. It seems you might be into the older games. I was trying to finish Unreal Gold, like the very first Unreal game on the very first Unreal engine. Yeah, that Unreal. That's what I was doing. And so I didn't really get to this game until Sunday. So I played it for, the Return of the Fifth. Let's see. Paint the walls with napalm gives a nice clean look when it's dried. I suppose it would. I mean, you can always dry it faster if you apply some heat to it. Hold on. Let me catch up with the rest of the chat. Melissa's currently 905 games and growing. Yeah, I do like RTS games, but I'm not good at them. I'm really, really not. As you can tell, like I said, almost 3.5 hours on this one mission. And by the way, I'm playing on easy. So yeah, I'm bad at these games. I love them, but I'm bad at them. As far as RTS games I've done recently, I did the entire Command & Conquer franchise, except Command & Conquer 4, because we don't talk about that. StarCraft 1 and Brood War, StarCraft 2, all three of those. I did, XCOM isn't an RTS, but XCOM sort of counts. I haven't finished Command & Conquer Generals yet, so let me back up on that one. What else did we do? I did Star Trek Armada 1 and 2 way back in the day, which if you want to check out any of my playthroughs, I've been doing this content creating thing for over 10 years, so I have 10 years of content on my YouTube channel, exclamation YouTube if you want to check it out and see all the stuff that I've done. Not all of it was streaming, because I've only been streaming for about 4 years, but I have 10 years of content otherwise. You shouldn't use jizz for paint, it's a terribly crusty yellow. Meh. And one thing about antimatter, it's in the end, it doesn't really matter. True. Unreal is classic, it was a classic. Classic pain in my ass. You realize how dark that game was? I don't mean like environmentally or like, you know, like it's a dark game. I mean like it pitch black. You can't see shit. Typically you wouldn't be looking for shit, but if you were looking for shit, you definitely wouldn't find it in Unreal. So what you're saying is you have a tendency to get into sticky situations? It's raised at least 20% retro variety streamers. I'm just variety streamer in general. Retro, new, whatever it is, doesn't matter to me. Nukem Max Damage, thank you for the follow. Thank you for pulling up my waifu, one of my waifus, my favorite waifu actually. Tifa. I mean, how do you not? I was doing Command & Conquer for April, called it my spring offensive event. What does that say? We're still actually on CNC3. Yeah, I would say of the Command & Conquer games that I've played, which is all of them pretty much except Generals, I think I like Tiberian Sun the best. 3, Tiberian Wars and Kane's Wrath is a close second. Very close second. Let's see. Catch up anything else. Generals would not recommend. Saw someone stream on Discord. Their PC is much better than mine, and they still experience crashes and stability issues. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna play. I started Generals some time back, but I put it down to do something else. I forget why. I do intend to go back and finish Generals, just for completionist sake. What I did play of it wasn't really fantastic. I mean, it was enjoyable, but not great. So it's really just for completionist sake. That's all the only reason I would do that. You only do puns, mostly bad ones. There's good ones. Tifa, good waifu. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Especially if you get her in a blue dress or bikini. Oh, forgot I was live. Sorry. Hi. Generals is a bit of a pain to get working right. There was a heated debate over which of the Tiberium games is the best while we were playing them. Tiberium Sun had a lot of fans. Yeah, I think Sun is the best. 3 I enjoy because it looked really, really good. The Nod stuff was fantastic. The Scrin, on the other hand, But you get locked up heart. Yeah. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Toasty. Speaking of Tifa, our last game was Final Fantasy VII Remake. To give you an idea of what's going on here, Archer redeemed a channel point redemption called Name That Game. Since we have some new people in here, allow me to give you a brief rundown. If you haven't played this game before, you go to a website called guessthee.game, and they'll have 6 screenshots that appear right here. And if you can guess what game that is from, within those 6 screenshots, you win, essentially. You win that round, I guess. And so what we do is we try to guess the game that we see on the screenshots here. Of course, you guys can play along. I try to guess as well. And it's a redemption that you can redeem at the earliest every 3 hours. And we play 3 rounds of it before we get back to whatever game we're playing. It's a nice little break in the action, you know. Tiberian Sun is more nostalgic and do a bit more of that than newer ones. Yeah, I feel like in general, the units and the buildings, they were easier for me to identify than they were in most of the other Tiberium games or Command & Conquer games. On the opposite side of that spectrum, I played Red Alert 2, which is pretty much just a copy and paste for the most part of Tiberian Sun. And I struggled with that game because a lot of times there were buildings and the structures in some of the units looked too... They were hard for me to identify by just looking at them sometimes. Tiberian Sun is also harder, whereas Tiberian Wars and King's Wrath is easier. Unless you play Skrin, and Skrin is just bad. And Skrin is just rough. It's just rough. Well, my first computer to play CNC1. I didn't play CNC1 like all the way through until they released the remastered version. Like recently, was it like a couple of years ago, or maybe just 1 year ago? That was the first time I'd actually gone all the way through Command & Conquer Tiberian Dawn. So, yeah, I didn't... The first Command & Conquer game I played was Tiberian Sun, which is why I think I have a little bit of a bias to that, because Tiberian Sun was my first. Kind of like Final Fantasy VII is my favorite RPG, because it was my first. This is Medal of Honor? Okay. First Medal of Honor, you say? Damn. All right. Good job, Archer. You know, I don't think I would have recognized this at all. I might have called it an early Call of Duty game. I don't think I've ever played a Medal of Honor game, actually, now that I think about it. Tiberian Sun was the best. Also, question for you. I mean, I'm going to assume... I pretty much know the answer because you said you were playing Battlegrounds. But I always like to ask new people that come in, whether they're followers or if they're raiders, how you found my channel. Was I a recommendation by Twitch? Was somebody in your chat one of my chatters that recommended you for me? Or did you find me through the Battlegrounds, Galactic Battlegrounds category? Medal of Honor. Okay, got that already. Spent half my summer school break back in '97 on this one. Call of Duty didn't exist. We honestly never played Command & Conquer prior to Tiberian Sun except Red Alert 1. I didn't play any of the Red Alert games until rather recently, so that was all the first time for me. Red Alert was on PlayStation? Oh my god, really? On a fail on random first-person shooters? I mean, everybody has their preferences of games, and sometimes you recognize them, sometimes you don't. 6 versions of CNC1, oh my god. 10-year anniversary blue box, red box, all 17 games, digital version of the red box and remaster. So, Nukem, what you're telling me is that you really don't like Command & Conquer 1. Is that what you're telling me? It's kind of what I'm getting out of it. I mean, I'm probably getting it confused because you're kind of vague about it, but I think you're telling me you don't really care for Command & Conquer 1. This is because I was playing this game? Okay, fair enough. I figured, but I always like to ask just in case. You know what? I will drop you a follow, though, as a thanks for the huge-ass raid. First Decade Collection, yeah. I was originally going to try to play the first Decade Collection for the stream, but I was having trouble getting it to display properly on the stream, so I decided, screw it, I'll just get the remaster, because it works. I don't. Alright, we're looking at a Mountainscape here. Decent looking visuals. So we're probably talking PS4 quality at the latest. Or at the earliest. I don't think it's a Horizon game. Kind of a generic landscape, so it's really hard to say. CSC1 is the first ever in shows. That's kind of what I thought first when I saw his name, but then I saw the $99.99, and I'm like, well, I got to make a Final Fantasy joke here. Looks like Far Cry 3-ish, maybe. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, it's definitely a Far Cry. Definitely a Far Cry. We'll go with Far Cry 3. It's not a Far Cry game. Oh shit. Digital platform PC, PS4, and Xbox One. What are these icons? Is this one of the Assassin's Creeds? I don't think so. Yeah, this is Assassin's Creed, isn't it? Which one though? Odyssey? Yes. Okay. Odyssey or Origin? Well, we can try them both. It was Odyssey. Good call, Xander. And Nukem. So you saw the city. So on what? This shot? Okay. I've only played the first two. The girl's main character. Yeah, I kind of figured by the appearance of the image. I've only played the first two Assassin's Creed games. I'd like to play the one with the pirates. I think that's Black Flags. I think that's 3. Either way, I'd like to play that. All right, third one, last one for this round. Then we'll get back to wiping out some Gungans. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Favorite ACRPG? That's the one I meant, but Brain was like, nah, I go with this one. Mother Miranda? Well, it could be, but I don't. The reason I don't think so is because I don't think we see Mother Miranda until later in the game. I don't recognize this bridge. This RE4 maybe? Black Flag is 4, the AC series, actually the first series I did on stream 3 years ago. Okay. Alright, I don't know a Resident Evil that has an arrow. And a dude holding a shield. I think that's a shield. What am I looking at? Ship battles in the shanties? Yeah, that's Xander. That's what my interest is for Black Flag. Is I love naval combat. Usually, I prefer like World War II naval combat, like battleships, submarines, destroyers, cruisers, and so forth. But I'm okay with like wooden naval battles as well because it's just that's just so cool to me. Ada uses a crossbow. Does she have a shield on her back or whatever this thing's supposed to be? Used to swim to ships and just take them over. Yeah, but no, where do you get a kite shield in Resident Evil? This can't be a Resident Evil game. Is this a Zelda game? No, it's not Zelda. It's not Zelda. It's PC, PS3, and X360. That's not Zelda. Zelda wouldn't dare put on anything other than Nintendo. Oh, sorry. I thought you were being serious. It's okay. It was like a low-end Dark Souls. You're on the right path there, Toasty. Estus Flask +3. Okay, so is this Dark Souls or is this Elden Ring? This is got to be Dark Souls, right? Because this is not. That's not the Runes logo. That's got to be a Dark Souls. What are we talking Dark Souls? Oh, 2? I thought it was going to be 3. Okay. Yeah, this definitely told me it was a Dark Souls, and this told me it was not Elden Ring. Elden Ring's the only one I've played. I know this definitely was not from Elden Ring. All right, well. There we go. All right, let's wipe out the Gungans and call it a night. Die, you evil Gungans!
We cut their supply lines. They have no further mineral or Nova crystal resources.
Yeah, I need to land over here and
Watch
get some
for
crystal
incoming
resources.
enemy strike force. Enemy strategy analysis indicates imminent revenge attack.
Okay. I have almost no defenses, but, we'll be alright. Actually, the Gungans are not kicking my ass, honestly. They really weren't.
Target
Okay, that's a problem. It's the fact that I couldn't get into their base, so they just had better ass protection than I did. Okay, so where are my forces? Those are there. Those are there. They're still down there. Nothing left down here. So what's left of their base that I gotta destroy? Do I need to take out their towers? I don't know what I'm supposed to be going for. One worker charges your tanks. Yeah. That's their great counterattack. I mean, Jar Jar running at a massive artillery tanks. Right, I have a feeling. So where were you in I'm gonna call it Battlefield in Battlegrounds? Like, were you on which campaign were you on? You don't have to like spoil the story. You don't please don't spoil like events, but which kind of how do you spoil events of a game from a movie series that's older, but it's more in order of a natural disaster. That's true. The hero Jar Jar's heir to the field. Game over. I give up. That's why the title is what it is down there. I'm pointing at the title, not pointing at my dick. Never mind. Here's my artillery cannons. What's left of this place? Am I going to wipe out everything? If you play as a kid, do 3D, Wolfenstein 3D, and Fallout 1. I had a father that was very against video games, like hated their existence. They are the bane of all existence, and they'll warp your mind and blah 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 blah. So I didn't get to play any of the good games until I was much older. So pretty much my first experience with games was like Super Mario Brothers and the like. I didn't really get to enjoy a good Doom or God forbid like Wolfenstein or nothing like that until way later. Finish Gungan campaign? Okay, so you're just a little bit ahead of me then. You're like one campaign ahead of me. Based on community votes. I'm doing them in the order of like the episodes, so we're still in episode 1 here. Once we finish this this campaign, we're gonna go to the episode 2 campaigns because I have the saga, and then we're gonna jump back into the main one with episode 4 because Battlegrounds doesn't have episode 3 because that movie didn't exist when this game released. Are you sure porn, drugs, and gambling is far worse than gaming? Well, I mean, you could say that, but my father also threatened to beat me if I asked for a Mortal Kombat game. Like, literally. Don't you ask for a Mortal Kombat disc, boy. I'll give you a Mortal Kombat. That's literally what he did. He didn't actually punch me, but he imitated like he was going to. I remember that conversation very specifically. Okay, that's anti-air. Damn it. I wonder if I could force it. Nobody actually voted for the Rebels, but the rules of my challenge is I have to play all the available campaigns to mark a game done. What are you playing on a hard difficulty? Because I'm not. I like my sanity. I want to get through this game sometime before the year 2029. You know what? Target the ground. I have a crazy idea. Need one of these. 630 Nova crystals so I can sell some food for that. Not too much though. Probably sell some carbon instead. That should be enough. Build one of those and go all out. Play on moderate? Okay. I usually play whatever the middle difficulty is, unless it's a game I already know. Then I might set it on hard because sometimes I enjoy grinding my balls on a belt sander. It would depend. For me, it depends on the genre. For strategy games like this, I'm so bad at them. I would just rather play them on easy because I know I'd rather not get frustrated because I'm not good at them. But if it's something like a first-person shooter, which I think I'm decent at, I'll play on normal. Like when I did Unreal over the weekend, I played that on normal, which is like the medium difficulty. I don't really like doing things on hard mode because I get too frustrated if I can't get past a part. I'm doing the same thing over and over again. It just gets on my nerves because, for one, I don't like doing the same part over and over again. And also, I don't want to show you guys on stream the same 5-10 minute part, whatever, over and over again because I keep fucking up. Which is also why I don't care for games that give me limited lives, like some platformers, because I don't want to get through like 3/4 of a level, die over and over again at this one point, run out of lives, and have to do that whole level over again because I ran out of lives. Or even the whole game in some cases. I just really, really hate that. Well, like he has lots of it left. You got a point. You got a point, Archer. All right, where is the rest of this base? Let's see if we can blow up this base. We can fuck up this base. Go kill that.
E-Staff will comply.
Come here. Let me select you as number 5. Hopefully you will extended range to break some of this shit. Okay. That wasn't smart. It was very unsmart. Wanted to finish for Elder Scrolls 6 releases. And I want to finish it before Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 comes out. It's the poor release of Starfield. I'm not holding my breath for TES 6. Yeah, I mean, Starfield was okay, but that's all it was. It was okay. It's a nice little off-stream thing to play, but on the game I like hard because it keeps me on my toes. If it's a game I played before, I start getting bored. I'm coasting along on a lower setting. Yeah, I get that. I have played harder difficulties before in some games, but it's very rare. Oh, man, really? Did I not range that? Want to finish before Bethesda's latest update of Skyrim? Yeah, Sakra's right. That's exactly how Todd Howard works. He goes on the "don't broke, if it ain't broke, don't fix it" theory. Yeah, it's going to be a distraction. Oh, I can use these to get this, can't I? You can get to that, can't they? No, because they can't cross water. Updated and making another edition. Is there really a difference? And, you know, I can't really give an honest opinion on Skyrim because what I did play of it, I just found it to be okay. You know, it's maybe I don't know what I was expecting out of it, but I just kind of found it okay. It wasn't super incredible to me. It wasn't like, oh my god, this is the best game ever. It was just kind of there. So I'm not saying it was a bad game or anything. That's not it at all. It just kind of was. I mean, I wasn't blown away by it. I didn't. In short, I didn't see the hype. I don't see why it's as huge as it is. While challenging the Gungans in their native element doesn't seem smart. In this case, you may have to. Oh, the naval vessels here, like Air Force, can do it. Well, now that I've beaten up their base, I might have to try that. Because my problem was I was trying to go with a naval force, but for some freaking reason, this is the only spot that I could build a seaport. This spot right here, this little crevice here on the sand. Nowhere else, despite my many attempts anywhere else on the map to build a seaport, they would not let me do it anywhere else. And as soon as I did so, artillery cannons came out and just blew me up. So I'm like, all right, you know what? I'll go with something else. Now I just need to take out the rest of these turrets, I guess. I don't know what else is left. The entire island's been destroyed. I mean, this is my objective. Destroy the Otogunga High Tower boardroom. The what? The boardroom. I would have thought it had just been like a command center or something, but... Now that I don't have to worry about being attacked anymore, I probably can, or getting destroyed anymore, I can probably do it now. I mean, all that's left is like up here. The only thing down here is just a bunch of water. Got to be like on this little tiny set of things here. Everything else is uncovered. Even this large black area down here is... Oblivion, my favorite ES. Skyrim was fun, but it was a bit too much of a sandbox. Mostly due to the modders, not really Bethesda. Oblivion is overrated. Arena, Redguard, or Battlespire. I'll get some little sea bases underwater. Ooh. I don't have enough Nova crystals for hardly anything. I need to get over here and mine. I have transport still left, don't I? Oh, you repaired more than I thought you'd be able to.
Ready to supply a link.
Became less focused as they made more.
Establishing a link.
Alright. Let me take my 2 artillery cruisers over here. Go scare up dinner. Alright, can we go over here? Where's 5? Oh, you're going right over there. Alright. Let's take you over here and grab these two guys. Where'd they go? Only do something in arenas in Daggerfall.
Ready to depart. Ready to comply.
Alright. All these require Nova crystals. What are we looking at here? Advanced frigate, heavy destroyer. Cruisers. Hey, you know, if they decide not to, you know, congrats. Oh, 400 Nova crystals for this advanced cruiser. I really think I want the advanced cruiser. Getting out of the beginning dungeon.
Feed is active.
That's over there. Okay, so what if I take you?
Feed is active.
Eebadies a deebity, whatever you just said. The Fallout 2. I haven't done any of the Fallouts before 3, so I didn't experience the Diablo version of Fallout, just the first-person shooter version. Which, honestly, I think I like 4 the best. 3 was good. New Vegas was a terrible letdown. Go enjoy your food, nuke 'em. Go nuke that food. And by that I mean put it in the microwave. Morrowind and Skyrim, now that I think about it, are probably the only ones where you don't start in a dungeon. In Skyrim, you start in a cart, so whatever, what good that is. You guys take your 10 years to kill that. Advanced Cruiser, 400, get that started. Yeah, that's what I was referring to, was the isometric perspective as opposed to the first-person shooter aspect of it. XCOM's an RPG. Gotcha.
Feed is active.
I mean, I'm interested. In fact, there was, it's been a little bit now. It's been like, you know, a few months. But there was a story that I saw that Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and I think a game called Fallout Tactics was supposed to be being released for free on something like Epic, I think. I'm pretty sure it was Epic. But they changed their mind on that last minute because another one of the game selling sites, like Epic or like Steam, put them up for sale, for like a cheap sale. So they decided not to give them away for free, so they didn't compete with that other company or what that other service. I don't remember what the other service was. It wasn't Steam. I would have remembered that. But yeah, they canceled the free release of those Fallouts, which was disappointing because I was really looking forward to getting those. Especially Tactics, if it's anything like a Final Fantasy Tactics. Loved Final Fantasy Tactics. Like XCOM, if you take away the bullshit percentage stuff that XCOM has. Oh, so you mean like the 98% chance to hit, 74% chance to crit, an enemy with 1 HP and the sniper still misses. Got it. Okay. Get excommunicated. Not enough carbon. I need more carbones. Anybody else got some carbones they want to give me? Need some carbones. I should probably get some destroyers out here too. Where's a detector unit? Detector unit. Yeah, I wanted a couple of these just in case. You have a hit of 70% or higher, it's pretty much guaranteed to hit. That's what they included with the VAT system in 3 New Vegas and 4, right? That's basically just the VAT system is basically a carryover from the, I'm sure you can still miss, yeah. The VATS is a carryover from the first 2, because of that whole percentage thing you were talking about. Tactics is alright, the story is non-canon, but it's a game based on Fallout 2's combat engine. That's RPG. Never once seen 100% XCOM? I have. I have. Usually it's something like a shotgun at point blank range. I mean, usually my snipers with all the right upgrades and stuff and like really high up there and all those like accuracy boosting things you can put on them. Usually I didn't have a problem with hitting 100% on snipers. I mean, it wasn't every time, but it was, you know, high elevation, clear shot, squad sight, all those things. I never actually finished XCOM 2 War of the Chosen. I defeated the was it the Hunter? I defeated whatever the first one was. I met the one that was voiced by Michael Dorn. I think it was Michael Dorn. The Warlock, I think he was called, or the big guy, whatever. And I don't think I discovered the third one yet. Like, I haven't discovered the third Chosen. That's the target thinking Fallout 1 and 2 they added Fallout 3 and onward to appease the Fallout 1 and 2 fans. Yeah. I kind of knew I knew that that was the connection between the first 2. Right. Oh, it's not powered. I was like, what are these ships taking so long to build? Oh, I know the problem. I need to power it. It ain't got no power, bro. Ain't got no power. I need more carbon. God's sake. Give me carbon. Sell me carbon. Sell me those carbones. I need those carbones. Yeah, that'll help speed up construction. One of the Chosen, my favorite modern XCOM iteration, but the original XCOM from '93 is my favorite overall. I haven't played that one. I've only played XCOM Enemy Within / Enemy Unknown, more accurately Enemy Within, and XCOM 2. Got that around release, fond memories. No, I didn't. I mean, I have a selection of older games like that, but not. Not XCOM. Usually a lot of them are, well, my most popular one, or I guess like popular is the right word, but would be Silent Service 2, a DOS-based submarine simulator. I'd be surprised if anyone here had even heard of that game before. Carbon processor. I need carbon for a carbon processor. I don't have enough carbon. Oh my god. Game just lifts a foot in the butt. Without my consent. Come here. Now I'll build the damn thing. Actually, in the middle. Let me pick up. I've never played the older ones prior to EU and Bureau. I never played Bureau. Actually, in the middle of an open XCOM game, which is tweaked for loyal open source version. Nice, nice. Subsims don't really exist anymore. It's sad. Trying to think if I can't even really think of any subsims after like Silent Hunter, the Silent Hunter series, which I would really like to play those on stream. I don't know if you guys would want to see that, but there'd be a lot of like slow things happening there. But you're right. I can't think of anything outside of like Silent Hunter as far as like recent subsims. Hey, you told me about Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I think I actually have it on my suggested list over there. Well, one thing's for sure, you ships are slow as fuck. Oh, now you speed up and you get a... Friggin' frigates. Why they call them frigates, by the way. I hope you didn't, I don't know if you knew that. That's why they call them frigates. So you say friggin' frigate. May the 7th be with you. Hello, Campino. How you doing? Let me throw this out there. Come on. There we go. Finish off June 2016. Damn, you got through it quick. That's all right. I understand. You know, things happen. It would be narcissistic of me to expect everybody here every stream. Otherwise, I'd have 235 viewers in here instead of just 17. But nonetheless, I appreciate as long as I have. See, here's the thing about my stream. I have a rather modest goal that I look for whenever I stream, and I slowly ramp it up, right? Like, I would prefer from beginning to end minimum viewers to be 5. From beginning to end, stream starts, common sense aside, but beginning of the stream, 5 viewers, all the way to the end of the stream, 5 viewers minimum. Once I start hitting that, then my next goal is to have a minimum of 10 every stream. And, just kind of, slowly work my way up from there. That's what I want to do. That's my goal for the stream. And it's primarily viewership. That's all I'm really looking for. The subs and bits and those things, those are nice. But if I never got a dime from doing this, I'd be perfectly fine with it. Perfectly fine with it. 15-ish hours, 3 streams. I guess 15 hours is actually pretty decent for Doom. I just didn't realize you did it that quickly. Takes time, a bit of luck, yeah. And I try my best. I try my best to do that and not I'll let it get to me when I don't have those larger numbers. When I don't have or don't hit the goals, which hasn't really been an issue lately. I've had no problem hitting 5 viewers most of the time, even when I play games that are not exactly, you know, flowing with commentary or worthwhile viewer content, like RTS games. Usually those games are slower for commentary and stuff because, you know, there's not a whole lot that I could really comment on during things like that. So, not really narcissistic, more unrealistic and naive. It'd be narcissistic if you truly believe we should worship the ground you stand on. Well, I'm not a Nebraskan. Only people who've been in the stream for a while will know why I said that. Usually many streams open in the evenings. Hey, I know that. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I stream every day except Monday, so I know what that's like. On Mondays, I'm usually like rotating through 2-3 streams at a time. Just so you guys know, in case you haven't seen the schedule, in case you haven't seen my my AI companion, my shipboard AI, her name is Scarlett. Say so. My schedule is Tuesday through Friday, 5:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time, and noon Central on the weekends. My weekend streams are my long ones. Those are the ones where I stream for like 8 to 10 hours. Watches everyone every day, depending on mood. Yeah. I also do spend some streams working on my RPG Maker project. I do make as I said, I'm a amateur indie game developer, and that's RPG Maker projects. And sometimes I will stream those when I work on them. So those are also streams that are not exactly, you know, loaded with active content, me making commentary all over the place. A lot of that is very chilled, low. What am I trying to say? I don't know if low key is the right term, but that kind of, you know, content. You'll stop being amateur when you release or publish one. I mean, I guess by definition, yeah. Because indie game developer technically means amateur developer as opposed to like a professional that works for like AAA, I guess. I used to screw around in RPG Maker, made a few side-scroller shooters with it. I made side-scrolling shooters in RPG Maker. That's. I know there's a lot of plugins you can put in games. I didn't realize you could make one into a side-scrolling shooter. I actually am using a strategy RPG maker, like a tactics RPG maker plugin for a mini game. My game is still going to be a classic JRPG style, or my whole series of games will be. But I'm using the tactical RPG maker plugin for like a mini game that you could play to get like bonus items and crap like that. Sort of like a Queen's Blood, a Triple Triad, a Fort Condor kind of minigame, you know. Can easily see you publishing long before I do. I don't know, Xander. I don't know. I mean, considering one of the stories that I've been writing for RPG making, I've been writing since I was 13. And by the way, I'm 39 now. So, yeah, it's been a couple decades since I started working on that story. And I've yet to actually put it to development. Although I am making what I feel is decent progress in my project. It's a project that I'm working on that is like a conglomeration of games. Did you just have a birthday? I did, Gambino. My birthday was this past Thursday, the 2nd. You can nearly make any type of game with RPG Maker or plugins are allowed to be a hell of a lot of scripting. Yeah, I know. I just never actually thought about side-scrolling shooter before. Thank you, Campino. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sakura. Thank you as well. getting back to the RPG Maker thing, I was talking about something. I am. Oh, excuse me. I'm doing kind of like an Avengers style collection of games. So like each game, there's gonna be like a. Right now, I've got like 3 set in mind, but I'm actually working on 2 other stories as well to add to the collection. But I'm gonna make like a bunch of different games in the same universe, but they're like their own separate worlds that are completely divided from each other, right? Like, and each one of those is sort of like the origin story of the characters in the world, for each of the characters in those worlds, right? So, like I was saying, compare it to Avengers. You know, you got like Iron Man, you've got Black Widow, you've got Doctor Strange, you've got I'm trying to think of some of the others. Thor. You know, they've got their own origin story movies, right? And even some sequels to that, right? But then they all come together for the Avengers movie, right? That's the idea I'm kind of going for with this like small series of games I'm doing. I'm making 3 or 4, maybe even 5 different stories with their own worlds, their own characters, their own backgrounds, and so forth. And then, like some cataclysmic event, all these worlds have to come together. All the characters in these worlds have to come together to fight a big ultra meanie that is threatening all their worlds at once, right? That's the idea I'm going for. Because fireworks Krim just one hits his ship. I don't really have much of a paint job on it, so I'm not going to get mad at you for scratching it. What I am going to get mad about is how to finish this fucking level. What's left? The entire map is uncovered. I've destroyed every building I can see on this map. What is left? I still don't know what the high tower boardroom is, apparently, because I don't know where it is. I flattened every structure on this map. Where is this building? The entire map is completely uncovered. There's no defensive towers left. You would think if there was a structure left that I was supposed to destroy, I would have done it by now. Clearly my objective hasn't been completed. Do I have a detector flyer? Anti-aircraft, artillery. Say it's detector, so it looks like all I have for detection is this one. Frigate. You sent the frigate out there. All these are mine. All this is mine.
Where do you need me to go?
Nothing's over here. They have cloaked crap that it's got to be hidden well. mean, my objective is to destroy some tower. Something called the High Tower Doohickey, whatever. Where's my... I have an air... Oh, yeah, come here. Yeah, Cricket, I agree. All these are mine. This is all trees here. I need to destroy the High Tower Boardroom. The Otogunga High Tower Boardroom. Well, all Otogunga's base was on this island over here. And there's nothing left over here functioning and alive. I thought, maybe it was a command center or something because, I clicked on every building as I was shooting it to make sure I got try to find the high tower whatever, and I never found it. I never saw it. I assumed maybe it was just another term for the command center. There's where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'm trying to find my flyer. A flyer. I missed on this island. What'd you send me? Yeah, I'm not using cheats. I got you, but I'm not doing that. Unless we find something, unless somebody finds on like a forum or something that the game is broken, or occasional like bug that whatever reason structure doesn't get destroyed or whatever. In here. Yeah. I would need to have proof though. Like somebody's reason a forum, that's a thing. Well, I mean, if it were, I mean, again, this game is not that complex. It's mission. I think it's called. I think it's on something. The Siege of Otogunga. Something like that. Other villages in close proximity. To the east of our position. Atoll of turrets. So like in the middle of this, maybe? But my flyers have been all over that. I can't find any of my flyers. Somewhere in here in this island crap? There it is. Jesus Christ. Where's my... Which one is the... High tower. There it fucking is. Jesus Christ. Where's my heavy? Come here. Both of you. You. I went all over the water looking for it. I just didn't take it. I didn't take a detector over here. I mean, I flew buildings over it and stuff, but I didn't. Yeah. It's literally like cloaked under the water, which is why you require a detector to see it. Not? Well, I guess this part isn't. But it's like leaking air, I guess. Well, I mean, it did say that it was surrounded on an atoll surrounded by turrets, and this was the only place that had turrets on it of that style. And I never went over it with a detector. I mean, I flew over it a bunch of times, but also there's no defensive structures in the water. There's no defensive structures in the water, so that didn't direct me
Lord
to
Sidious,
look
we
there.
have now smashed all resistance on Naboo. The spoils of war await our armies.
Grassy Plains bonus mission. Looks like the Gungan stuff. Am I going to play as the Gungans and defeat these guys? Well, we'll find that out probably tomorrow. But I'm done with that. Oh my god. I started this mission tonight. It took me 4.5 hours to beat that level. Yeah. Let's just hope that the rest of the game doesn't do that to me. Alright, we're gonna back out of this. Let's see if we can find somebody to send a nice raid to. Mainstun is playing StarCraft 2. I think that's a good choice. So let's do a raid. Good to meet you. That's your raiding out of Head Better. Have a good night. Thank you, Krim. I appreciate that. If y'all want to hang out for this raid, we're going to go raid Mainstun, who is playing StarCraft 2. As always, a special appreciation goes out to the men and women of the United States military, both at home and overseas, as well as police officers and firefighters across the country. Thank you for your service and sacrifice. You're all true heroes. Let Mainstun know I sent you with the hashtag Commander Raid. And I'll see you all tomorrow night. Until then, have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.